Mas, Huh? Thank you so much for participating in our EMAK 10 workshop today. For all the viewers on YouTube, you can find the presentation materials and online evaluation link on the YouTube description box. We kindly ask you to fill out the evaluation form and send us. The workshop will begin very soon. Thank you for your cooperation. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for participating in our EMAK 10 workshop today. EMAK, Energy Management Action Network, was established in 2009 as a forum under the activity of IPEAK, International Partnership for Energy Efficiency Cooperation. IPEAK is an autonomous partnership of nations founded in 2009 by a group of G8 to promote collaboration of energy efficiency. And we are now pleased to invite for the welcoming and opening remarks Mr. Ting Kwok Fu, Deputy Director of MOIT, Ministry of Industry and Trade Vietnam. The MOIT is a Vietnamese government ministry responsible for the development policy in industry, trade in Vietnam. The MOIT has implemented the Vietnam-Japan Energy Cooperation project as main counterpart of Vietnam government.
In creating the network for developed countries and developing countries through the sharing of solution, technology, and experiences on energy efficiency. At this workshop, we will share experiences on Japan, and also ASEAN countries policies in terms of energy efficiency and conservation. Especially, we will share the technology solutions in energy efficiency and the experiences that have been, successful in the industry in countries including Vietnam. In Vietnam, the government of Vietnam has, defined the importance of energy efficiency. In 2010, the law on energy efficiency and conservation was introduced. This is a very important legal foundation for the activities on energy efficiency. And by from now to 2025, Vietnam uh, will save about 5 to 7% of the energy consumption. And to achieve this objective, in addition to Vietnam's efforts, we have also defined that international cooperation in energy efficiency could be a very important task going forward. MOIT has been working actively in implementing activities in the energy sector in the ASEAN region, and the ministry has also collaborated with international organizations, including the cooperation with METI. At this workshop, we'll also hear the sharings from the case studies of the projects that promotes the use of industrial boiler. This is a project funded by the GEF. Annually, the project has saved about 2.9 million gigajoule and reduced 488,000 tons of CO2. I hope that the experiences on energy efficiency that is shared at the conference today and the sharings of experiences from the experts, organizations, and enterprises will help to propose the actions that are needed in terms of promoting the adoption of technology, science, and technology in order to promote energy efficiency in the enterprises in Vietnam. We hope that in the coming time there will be many more cooperation between Vietnam and Japan in the energy sector. Finally, on behalf of MOIT, I would like to thank you all for participating in our conference today, both online and directly at the conference. And I wish you all good health and success. And I wish our conference a great success. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next, keynote speaker is Mr. Masaomi Koyama, Director of METI, Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry in Japan. The METI is a government organization in Japan responsible for energy conservation policy and the EMAK's planning organizer and also the sponsor of the Vietnam-Japan Cooperation Project.
Thank you very much. Thank you for introduction. Mr. Wu, Deputy Director General, Energy Efficiency and Sustainable Development Department, Ministry of Industry and Trade, Vietnam, distinguished participants from the region and Japan, good afternoon. It's my great honor to have an opportunity to give a short remark at the opening of EMAK. The express my sincere appreciation for the Ministry of International between government and colleagues from the EMAK and Energy Management Action Network Japan has been working under the energy efficiency leading program, for sharing lessons learned, especially advanced well-achieved examples on energy management, energy administration work in industry sector among participating countries. And so far, we have held 9 workshops in several countries. The 10th workshop EMAK, at which is held a theme on transition of energy management and energy efficiency and conservation, as the first ever workshop outside of G20 countries. And I'd say this is very much important work in Vietnam, which is center of Asia and a very advanced country in terms of energy efficiency improvement in Southeast Asia. This is a turning point of our activity for spreading to all countries which are interested in energy efficiency improvement in industrial sector. Our primary intention was to hold this workshop in February this year, but we faced a difficulty to host this COVID-19 pandemic. However, thanks to the great effort by the Ministry of Industry and of the Vietnamese government, finally, we could hold this workshop under the pandemic by hybrid manner. I believe this activity has been contributed to improve energy efficiency in industry sector, and would like to expand to not the member but countries which are interested in this activity. If you would would have an interest in our activities, I would invite all of you to join for the next EMAK workshop in Malaysia, perhaps next year. And I would ask our colleagues to send invitation letters for next EMAK workshop to those who are interested in EMAK. Looking back at the outcome of our activities, I would say the EMAK workshop very much meaningful. For instance, I myself attended the last workshop in Sao Paulo in Brazil in Chile, and we successfully concluded our activities, and this facilitate both multilateral cooperation and bilateral cooperation between Japan and Brazil. The strengthened cooperation relationship creates stronger tie between two countries, and our colleague, the Energy Conservation Center Japan, has been working concrete cooperative work. As some of you might be aware, the Energy Conservation Center Japan has been working with Vietnam for improving energy efficiency, such as training of trainers of energy management officers for long years. I would expect to improve the strengthen our cooperative activities for improving energy efficiency. I would also add that EMAK has been paid attention by a business sector. I would also expect that government-private cooperative work would facilitate to improve energy efficiency effort in Japan, Vietnam, ASEAN members, and the world. Turning into Japan, we have been working on energy efficiency improvement for over 40 years and have targeted 35 improvement of energy intensity by 2030 compared to 2013. The Prime Minister Suga's announcement of carbon neutrality in his policy speech at the opening of a current session of the National Diet has strengthened our energy efficiency work, and because energy efficiency is a very effective element toward achieving carbon neutral goal. The Prime Minister declared that we do utmost energy efficiency work for meeting for our target 2050. To the Prime Minister's policy speech, Minister Kajiyama, Minister of Economic Trade and Industry, presented efforts in the energy field, which accounts for 50% of greenhouse gas emissions, are particularly important for achieving carbon neutrality. Since the Prime Minister's announcement, we have been working on the preparation of the implementation plan for achieving the goal of carbon neutral by 2050. The implementation plan will be completed by the end of this year. For accelerating technological innovation and social implementation, it will be more and more important public-private cooperation and international cooperation. Japan would like to lead the discussion on that, and EMAK activities must contribute to international discussion in this regard. I would expect this workshop will be successfully completed and contribute further this discussion on energy efficiency important internationally. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Koyama. And now we have the photo session, and all the members who are scheduled to join the group photo, please prepare for each venue. And all presenters participating on WebEx, could you turn on the camera, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, as in the schedule of the workshop today, we will start with the session one. Session one is to introduce about the activities of energy efficiency and conservation in Vietnam, in the industry sector in Vietnam. And this session, me, myself, would be the moderator on behalf of the MOIT. And we will have the first presentation on the current status, development trend, and potential of saving energy in Vietnam. The presentation is to deliver by Mr. Nguyễn Đình Hiệp, Vice President, come the General Secretary of the Vietnam Energy Conservation and Energy Efficiency Association of Vietnam. So the floor is yours now, Mr. Hiệp. Mr. Trịnh Quốc Vũ, Deputy Director of the Energy Efficiency and Sustainable Development Department of MOIT Vietnam. Ladies and gentlemen and participants to the EMAK 10 workshop, first of all, on behalf of the Vietnam Energy Conservation and Energy Efficiency Association of Vietnam, we'd like to be thankful to the organizer of EMAK 10 workshop for giving us the opportunity to make the presentation at the workshop today. My presentation is divided into three parts. The first one goes to the current status and trends of energy use in Vietnam. The second part is on demand and potential for energy saving in Vietnam. And the last part goes to the current status of policies and law on energy conservation and efficiency in Vietnam. Let me start with the first part of my presentation, the current status and the trends of energy consumption in Vietnam. You know that Vietnam has a very rapid GDP growth rate in recent years, and during the period of 2010-2019, the average of GDP growth rate was 6.3%, of which the growth in 2017 was 6.81%. 2018, 7.08%, and 2019, 7.02%. In terms of the energy demand, this increased by about 10% during the 2001 and 2010 period, and it is expected to continue to increase in this decade. From now to 2030, every 5 years, electricity demand will increase to 1.5 times. In terms of consumption structure, gasoline and oil 37%, electricity 27%, coal 20%, new energy 14%, natural gas nearly 2%, and of total final energy consumption. The greenhouse gas emission from the energy sector accounted for about 63% of Vietnam's total greenhouse gas emission in 2010 and will account for about 83% and 86% respectively by 2020 and 2030. In the future, the primary energy sources will not meet the energy demand of the economy, and Vietnam has to import coal for electricity generation and will import LPG from 2023. The proportion of imported electricity in the total power supply for the entire country remains at relatively stable, around 1.3 to 2 percent in the period 2015-2018. Regarding some of the indicators for energy in Vietnam during the 2007 and 2017, the total supply for primary energy is about 71.9 thousand TOE, and the total final energy consumption is 55.7 thousand TOE. The final energy consumption per person is 594 kilogram of oil equivalent, and electricity intensity per GDP is 996 kilowatt hour per 1,000 US dollars, and the electricity consumption per person is 1.88 kilowatt hour per person. And on this slide, you can see the imports and exports figures. We can see that both export and imports for Vietnam have increased steadily over the past 10 years. And on this slide, you can see also that Vietnam is quite high in terms of electricity intensity. Comparing to Japan, we are about 5 times higher. And comparing to the ASEAN countries, we are about more than 2 times higher. And comparing with South Korea, we are about 3.5 times higher. In terms of the forecast of energy demand for sectors, we have the scenarios for up to 2020 and 2030. We can see that there's a quite high energy demand growth rate. On average, during 2014, 2030, the growth rate is more than 5.7%. And the electricity consumption, the growth rate is the highest. And the indicators and the numbers that we have come up with have been estimated based on the impacts of energy saving activities as well. And according to the forecasting results of the adjusted or revised Master Plan 7, considering the impact of energy saving activities, energy intensity will decrease each year by 0.73%, 1.18%, and 1.23% in the period 2015-2020, 2020 to 2025, and 2025 to 2030. So these are the figures for the reduction in the energy intensity. And if not consider the energy saving activities, the increase in energy and intensity could be 0.7%, 0.3%, and 0.2% respectively. In terms of the potential for energy saving in Vietnam, according to our current computation, the potential energy saving in industry is about 20%. The energy saving in construction, building, and transportation ranges from 25 to 35%, and in the service area and household consumption, the potential for saving is about 15 to 30%. And you can see on this slide the final energy consumption is 65 million TOE. And the energy consumption in 2017 could be more than 78 million TOE from the primary energy. And let me now move on to the third part of my presentation. You know that the law on energy efficiency and consumption and conservation in Vietnam was introduced in 2011. Since its effectiveness, it has been more than 90 years in Vietnam, and the government has also issued decrees guiding implementation of the law. And so far, the legal framework for the management of energy use and energy saving in Vietnam has been quite completed, and it has been very helpful in terms of promoting the active activities and the results achieved. In addition, the government of Vietnam has issued a number of decrees, decisions. For example, the national target programs over the years, and the government has approved the green growth program, and so on. All of these to promote energy efficiency and conservation in Vietnam. And moving forward, it is to achieve the goal of sustainable energy consumption in Vietnam. And on the 1st of February 2020, the strategy of energy development of Vietnam was issued by the Politburo of Vietnam together with Resolution 55. The Resolution 55 once again affirmed that energy efficiency and conservation in Vietnam is one of the very key objectives towards a sustainable development goal. And in the next 10 years, up to 2030, the total energy saving in Vietnam could be 7 to 8% per year. And in general, so far, energy saving has become a very vital, part of the strategy of Vietnam towards sustainable energy strategy and goal of Vietnam. Let me now go through the policies and regulations in Vietnam related to energy saving in Vietnam. It can be said that the policies and mechanisms that have been used are very appropriate and that are aligned with the international and regional trends. The policies have helped Vietnam to implement on the synchronous and consistent basis the energy efficiency operations and activities in Vietnam. It has helped to remove multiple barriers and to facilitate the activities on energy saving on the nationwide basis, and it has helped to create an open corridor for the cooperations with international organizations and other governments. And let me now move on to some of the limitations and challenges. Actually, the implementation of the existing regulations on energy efficiency and conservation is not so strict. The awareness of the community and the enterprises is still limited. Actually, in terms of enforcement of the legal regulation on energy saving and efficiency, is not fully strict. And currently, we still lack the support mechanism provided to the enterprises so that they can replace the outdated technology with the high efficiency and energy saving technology lines. And often the businesses have a limited access to ODA loans for energy saving projects. And actually, electricity prices and energy prices are low, and that's why it does not encourage them to invest in energy saving solutions and technologies. And there are some of the provisions that needs to be further reviewed and amended in order for them to better meet with the actual needs of the economy and the society. Regarding some of the recommendations in order to complete the legal regulations and documents in energy savings and conservation in Vietnam. For the immediate term, Vietnam needs to implement the programs and activities in order to accomplish the legal framework by way of uh, improving the enforcement and having the penalty for violations. The policies that are not appropriate should be revised or amended. For example, regarding escrow activities and the technology measures. In addition, Vietnam needs to implement on consistent basis the financing policy and preferential policies necessary to promote the development of activities on energy efficiency and conservation and to attract investment to this field. And the private sector should be mobilized in order to invest in the projects to promote energy efficiency and conservation. During the past 2 years, after the government has issued appropriate policies and the new tariff on the roof solar and renewable energy, actually, uh, you know, during the past years, we haven't witnessed any breakthrough policy or disruptive policies in Vietnam that can really promote the energy efficiency and conservation activities in Vietnam. Another recommendation is uh, the role and responsibility of the ministries and government agencies should be enhanced in terms of collaboration among different ministries like MOIT, MPI, MORD, MOC, and MOT, and between the ministries and the provinces and cities. The collaboration among the provincial agencies like DOIT, Department of Transport, Department of Construction, there needs to have a mechanism for the close collaboration among these in order to promote energy efficiency at the local level. In addition, it is important to implement the VNIPS 3 on the nationwide basis, and the capacity building for both central and local level is needed. The accomplishment of the legal framework is also very important in order to enhance the enforcement and compliance of the law and the promotion of the international cooperation and seeking the investment sources from the international organizations and the private sector is also very important. In addition, the programs under VDIPS 3 like the energy labeling and green building code um, so some of the very technical aspects that are already introduced in VNIPS 3. So I have just shared with you the overview of the current status, the policy framework, and our recommendations with regard to the amendment and revision of the legal regulations in energy efficiency and conservation in Vietnam. This is that to help promote further the work and the outcome in Vietnam. Thank you for your attention.
Next, I'd like to invite Mr. Hideo Kubota, technical expert from ECCJ, to make the presentation on Vietnam-Japan EC collaboration program. So over to you. And this is a request from the interpreter. Please, can you speak slowly?
Of ECCJ, in charge of Vietnam and supporting Vietnam. A great honor to be here, and now I'd like to introduce the Vietnam-Japan Energy Conservation Collaborative Program. Next, please. The agenda is like this, and firstly, I introduce the history of Japan and Vietnam cooperation in energy efficiency and conservation. And the second, the current status of Vietnam in energy efficiency and conservation. And then propose our program for the next step. Next, please. Until now, METI has been conducting business with Vietnam through two frameworks, bilateral and multilateral, through ECCJ. We are developing two types of human resources, both bilateral and multilateral, by dispatching experts and accepting training in Japan. In bilateral projects, Ho Chi Minh City was established in 2015. The multilateral framework in ASEAN started in 2000 as PLOMIC, and since 2012, Egypt has been implementing and the project in cooperation with ACE. By 2019, we have dispatched a total of 111 experts and accepted 319 trainees. I'll introduce the EMTC project in 2015. Next, please. The EMTC Energy Management Training Center was established in 2015 June in Ho Chi Minh City. This project was conducted by JICA, and we, ECCJ, supported mainly for software side. As for the hardware, industrial furnace, boiler, compressor, steam trap, pump, fan, lighting, and classroom were installed in Plet in the south of Ho Chi Minh City. ECCJ was in charge of the software such as the curriculum and textbook for training of energy manager and energy auditor, and also training for trainers, including training in Japan. Next, please. This is a picture at the opening ceremony of the EMTC on June 2015. And next, please. The Energy Management Training Center was utilized for the training course of the AGIP Scheme 2 program, which is to develop trainers of training. On August last year, those candidates of trainers gathered to the EMTC in Ho Chi Minh City from ASEAN countries and studied how to train using the actual training equipment. Next, please. Then I'm going to introduce current status of Vietnam. Next, please. The Vietnam government has set up new National Energy Efficient Program, so-called VNEP-3. This program is towards 2030, and it is separated into two periods, which is from 2019 to 2025, and from 2025 to 2030. In the former part, 5 to 7% saving energy consumption are targeted, and in the later part, 8 to 10%. Next, please. As shown in this table, the target saving values are clearly stipulated for each sector and for each period. Next, please. This is showing what to do to achieve the target. Out of these things, mostly related matters to our activity are in red letters. We think the most important things to achieve the target is implementation of effective countermeasures. And usually, those effective measures need investment. Therefore, the financial assistance that is established by strong fund is critical. Next, please. So I'm going to introduce proposal program for the next year onward. Next, please. ECCJ proposes our bilateral cooperation program. The objective is to support MOIT to achieve the target of VNEPP 3. The countermeasures are capacity building for local government officers and promotion or acceleration of implementation of effective energy saving projects. And as a result, achievement of the target of the VNEP is expected. Next, please. In order to achieve the target of VNEP, the implementation of really effective energy saving action is critical. Then the point is how to find the effective energy saving actions or countermeasures. Fortunately, the energy audit in every 3 years is stipulated in Vietnam on energy saving law, and the detail is in circular number 9. This is quite unique in ASEAN countries and strong point of Vietnam. Therefore, the effective countermeasures can be found easily by reviewing these energy audit reports. In the audit report, normally, there are proposals of effective energy saving actions from no cost to high cost. And the most effective measures or actions are usually in the high cost one. So to implement and the highest effect measures, high investment is needed. And in the private sector, the payback period is a reason unable to implement them. Therefore, the firm financial assistance is most important for implementation. the establishment of the financial assistance system, such as subsidy or duty exemption, utilize ESCO, JCM, or whatever is expected. So I'd like to propose this program, how to setting up the system, how to utilize those financial assistance and to accelerate the to implementation of the effective energy saving project. That's all. Thank you.
The government of Japan has provided very effective support to the government of Vietnam, and the focal contact point on behalf of the government of Vietnam is MOIT, and the support has been for the promotion of energy efficiency and conservation, from the support to the drafting of the law, which was, adopted in Vietnam in 2010, and the support to the establishment of the training center in Ho Chi Minh City, and the support to help build the capacity and sharing of experiences from Japan. And so we are grateful to the support of the government of Japan and ECCJ, and MOIT is the contact point in Vietnam for implementation, and we hope that in the coming time we will continue our cooperation so that the two ministries can work more closely together in terms of energy efficiency promotion in Vietnam. To continue, I would like to invite Mr. Christopher Jamura from the ASEAN Center of Energy for Energy to share a presentation on the activities among the ASEAN countries on energy efficiency. So the floor is yours now, Mr. Christopher Zamora.
Thank you very much, Madam Master of Ceremony. Good afternoon, ladies and
Xin chào
gentlemen.
quý vị. Vâng, xin kính chào tất cả các quý vị tham dự.
First of all, allow me on behalf of
Trước hết thì
the
là cho
Center
phép
for
tôi thay
Energy
mặt
to express
cho
our thanks
Viện
and
Năng
appreciation
lượng
to
Trung tâm
Vietnam
năng
as the
lượng
host
ASEAN
of this
xin gửi lời
EMAK
chào tới
10
Việt Nam
and
là
to
quốc
ECCJ
gia
for
tổ chức
inviting
sự
me to
kiện
stay
EMAK
in
10,
this
và
session today.
cảm ơn ECCJ đã mời tôi đến để trình bày tại cái phiên hội thảo ngày hôm nay.
Next slide, please. As a background, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, or ASEAN, has become the world's fifth largest economy. It is home to about 649 million people with a combined GDP of about $3 trillion in 2018. And the average growth rate of the region is about 5% per year. And however, with the COVID-19 pandemic, the regional economy is projected to contract by 3.8%. And sustainable energy is integral to ASEAN's growth and strategy. And the ASEAN Center for Energy is playing a key role towards this strategy, and the critical role of ACE in order to advance ASEAN energy cooperation is to serve as catalyst, data and knowledge hub, as well as think tank. ACE, for your information, is a intergovernmental organization. We are now 21-year-old, and ACE has a legal personality that can enter into contract with any agencies or organization. And the big activities of the ASEAN Center for Energy is the management in terms of the facilitation, coordination, and integration of the ASEAN Plan of Action for Energy Cooperation, or the APAEC. Basically, the vision of the ASEAN Center for Energy is to serve as a catalyst for the economic growth and integration of the ASEAN region, and we do this by initiating, facilitating multilateral collaborations. Next slide. Under the APAEC Phase 1, for the period 2016 to 2020, we have conducted a lot of activities on energy efficiency and conservation, because this EMAK 10 is focusing only on energy efficiency and conservation. And we did a lot of activities in partnership with PCCJ, with a lot of technical and funding support from METI of Japan. And the focus of the APAEC Phase 1 implementation are 4 key major strategies of ASEAN. The first strategy is to deep dive into the harmonization in terms of standards and labeling. Second one is to conduct a lot of activities in terms of how the policies of energy of the ASEAN member states would create a mechanism in order to finance many energy efficiency and conservation projects. The third strategy is to enhance the greater participation of the private sector. For this matter, we are looking into the participation of energy service companies, because we believe that the partnership with the government would really promote a lot of measures and promoting also the culture of energy efficiency and conservation in many sectors like industry and buildings. And also in Phase 1, we promoted the triple helix collaboration of government, industry, and the academic sector. Another fourth strategy of ASEAN is to really promote and develop green building code by way of reviewing the international experiences on green building code, developing the guideline on GBC, as well as conducting a lot of capacity building activities. In the APAEC Phase 1, our target was to achieve the reduction of 20% in energy intensity based on 2020, in 2020 based on 2005 levels. Next slide. I would like to share with you that we have just concluded, we are about to conclude the performance of the Phase 1 of APAEC for the period 2016 to 2020. And for the energy efficiency and conservation, we are very pleased to inform you that the performance of the program under the APAEC is about 4.97 out of 5. We are not able to perfect the 5 because there are still some remaining activities that needs to be conducted within this year, and some activities that have been moved for implementation in 2021. And ministers, the 38 ASEAN Ministers of Energy meeting was very pleased to see the high performance of the APAEC overall for the Phase 1 implementation 2016 to 2020. Next slide. In terms of our target on the energy intensity reduction, you may ask me, Chris, where are you now in terms of your target? Because your target was 20% EI reduction by 2020. And we are pleased to report to you that by 2018, ASEAN has achieved EI reduction of 21%, meaning we were able to exceed our target for 2020. And actually, we are reporting only 2018, meaning to say this could be higher when we report in the next year or two. And I would like also to share with you that the 38 ASEAN Ministers of Energy meeting has endorsed the new target for energy intensity reduction for ASEAN for the period 2021 to 2025. Our target is to achieve 32% EI by 2025. And this would give an implication that we have to more than double our collaboration with the ASEAN member states, with dialogue partners and international organizations. And our leaders have identified that initiatives will be focused more on the transport and industrial sectors. Also, continuing the activities that we have been doing in the building sector. Next slide. Some of the key accomplishments that we have for the implementation of the APAIC Phase 1 under energy efficiency and conservation are as follows. We did a lot of activities on EE financing. We did a lot of policy research. We did a lot of seminar workshop and even dissemination in the ASEAN member states, and also involving with the DPs and the IOs. The second one is the endorsement of our leaders, meaning the ASEAN Ministers of Energy meeting of the regional roadmap for air conditioners and for lighting. So we have already 2 regional roadmaps, lighting and for air conditioners. The third key accomplishment of energy efficiency and conservation is the endorsement also of the energy ministers of the guidelines for us to be able to integrate triple E, meaning the electronic and electrical equipment mutual recognition agreement. So we are now integrating energy efficiency into the overall framework of the triple E MRA. And that would translate in terms of a lot of savings in consumption as well as CO2 emissions. And the fourth one is a study on the future of cooling with the IEA. And you know, cooling is something that would drive the growth of energy in the region up to 2040. According to the study, that would require something like 200 gigawatts or 45% of the required capacity additions by 2040. So in the APAIC Phase 2, we will be doing a lot of dissemination activities in the area of technical aspects, policy actions, and of course, a lot of dissemination activities, also focusing from these key accomplishments that we had in APAIC Phase 1. Next slide. And of course, as I mentioned, we are promoting the triple helix collaboration, the industry, the government, and the academe. And one of the avenues is the yearly holding of the ASEAN Energy Business Forum by ACE, which is held in conjunction with the AMEM. And of course, we also give a big boost of the private sector participation through the yearly holding or organization of the ASEAN Energy Awards. And the most recently is the launching by METI, by Japan, of the CIFEA last year in the Philippines, where it will facilitate collaboration and joint activities between government and the private sector to enhance the deployment of cleaner energy and low carbon technologies in the ASEAN region, particularly focusing a lot on energy efficiency and conservation. Next slide. On the ASEAN Energy Awards, we are very happy to have the collaboration with ECCJ. Because of their initiative, we were able to expand the scope of the ASEAN Energy Awards in the area of energy efficiency and conservation in 2019. Which is the addition of the zero energy building in the special submission category. And of course, the foundation of the development of the ASEAN Energy Awards was with the support, technically and financially, by METI and ACCJ since 2000. And we are very grateful for the achievements that we have achieved so far with the ASEAN Energy Awards. Next slide. And you can see the yearly trend in terms of the number of submissions and also the number of winners for the categories of the EENC awards. For this year, we see decline in the submission because of the COVID-19 pandemic. But even if there was a decline, we still see a huge number of entries, which was about 61. And that is still very large compared to the previous years. And hopefully, we would be able to bring more interest from the private sector in the ASEAN Energy Awards because we have now the CEV, the Zero Energy Building category. Thank you. Next slide. Another activity that we would like to pursue in the coming years is our initiatives on harmonization and promotion of standards in labeling. We will do a lot of work on the regional policy roadmap that we have for air conditioners and lighting. Currently, we are developing the national roadmaps for lighting in the ASEAN member states. And for the phase 2, we will be expanding our initiatives to include electric motors, transformers, and other electric appliances. And also, we are currently now developing the regional product registration database and system for air conditioners and refrigerator. And our objective is to assist tracking and monitoring the products of these appliances in the ASEAN market. Next slide. Another one is, I mentioned earlier, is the endorsement by the AMEM of the integration of energy efficiency into the ASEAN EEE MRA. So with this MRA, the key element is the acceptance of the testing report and agreeing on the testing method. So what would this translate in a layman language and explanation? Meaning to say countries which don't have testing laboratories, they don't have to establish their own testing laboratories. What they have to do is just avail of this EEE MRA, the mutual recognition arrangements, saying to it that they would be able to accept the test reports, and therefore all the appliances that they would import or that would come to their countries will be assured that they are energy efficient. Next slide. Another one which I think would be a lot of activities that we will do in phase 2 is to increase our collaboration activities on green building, particularly on the building codes, in order to increase the penetration and deployment of high energy efficient products. Our engagement with the International Energy Agency is expected to develop a long-term buildings roadmap for ASEAN, as well as the sustainable cooling roadmap for the region. And this green building code study that we have, we were able to identify the technical as well as the policy challenges, which we will further implement in the APAEC phase 2 implementation. Next slide. Also, for the enhancing energy efficiency financing, we did a lot of activities such as the mapping of energy efficiency in ASEAN. Also, we did a very detailed financing study or guidelines for Thailand, which is now being used as reference by other ASEAN member states. And also the financing mechanism design for EE financing implementation in the ASEAN member states. They are very useful so that the guidelines that we are developing for the region and for the AMS, we would see a lot of innovative financing mechanism in order to finance the projects. Next slide. And of course, the very heart of the ENC program is the partnership between ECCJ and ACE, the implementation of the AJIP, which you can see on the screen, as well as the ECAP. So AJIP basically is a training of trainers program so that we are able to enhance energy management, not only in industry, but also in buildings. And so far, this AGIP training program is very effective because it consists of several activities. The training is very rigid. It involves technical training. It involves energy auditing in buildings or industry. We provide coaching and mentoring to all the energy auditors who are participating in this training of trainers. And then there are examinations. There are two times examinations that they have to pass. And when they pass all these requirements, then that's the time we provide them a certificate and we acknowledge the passers, the graduates of this training program on the occasion of the gala dinner of the ASEAN Ministers of Energy meeting, ASEAN Energy Awarding Ceremonies. Next slide. And of course, I would like to acknowledge and express our appreciation to our two training centers. One is the PEMTC in Thailand, and the other one is the training center in Ho Chi Minh City. And we would like to thank both the governments of Thailand and Vietnam for allowing us to make use of these facilities to train the training of trainers of the 10 ASEAN member states. And to date, there are already a total of 54 trainers that we have certified. And with this number, we would see a lot of trainers to be trained in the future. Next slide. Another important activity between ASEAN and Japan is the AGIP Scheme 3, basically to assist Cambodia and Lao PDR in the development of their legal and regulatory framework for energy efficiency and conservation. Next slide. And this assistance include the development of EENC policy and law, including the development of a decree. For example, on 11th of May 2020, the EENC decree of Lao PDR has been approved. We also do support on the standards in labeling system arrangement in terms of the rating standard, the designing of the label, as well as the MBE and of course the MRA. Next slide. The third activity is focusing a lot on energy management system arrangement. We did a lot of training, we did a lot of seminar workshop, and I'm sure we have been helping both Cambodia and Lao PDR in the development of their energy management systems through the development, for example, of the thresholds, their model projects, the development of the guideline, which is very important. We also assisted them in developing the periodical reports, the development of the concept of energy managers, as well as the qualifications and training of energy managers. Next slide. Now I would like to provide some further information about the APAIC Phase 2 2021 to 2025. So basically, this is the blueprint of the energy cooperation consisting of 7 program areas, one of which is energy efficiency and conservation. Under the Phase 2, we have in total 7 program areas, 32 outcome-based strategies, 100 action plans, and 346 annual priorities, which will be implemented for a period of 5 years. Our focus is to accelerate energy transition and to strengthen energy resilience, and we can do that through greater innovation and cooperation. Next slide. And the key strategies of the APAIC Phase 2 you can see on the slide, but due to time constraint, I would like only to focus on energy efficiency and conservation. As I said earlier, the target is EI reduction of 32% by 2025 and to encourage more efforts from the ASEAN member states, of course also from the regional efforts, and the focus is transport and industry. Next slide. next slide. And this, I think, is the last slide that I would like to share. But before I focus on the outcome-based strategies of the four of the and action plans of the energy efficiency and conservation, I would like to inform you that the preparation of the APAIC Phase 2, we also considered some sort of COVID-19 sustainable recovery plans. And what we are looking at because of this pandemic, we will, for example, strengthen the cross-pillar collaboration. We are going to address the cross-cutting issues. We need more players in order to achieve our targets. Second, in the development of the economic stimulus packages by the ASEAN member states, they will inject the green measures, saying to it that we are promoting cleaner energy. And the third one is to support investments that deploy clean electricity sources, modernize power grids, improve energy efficiency, and increase the spread of cleaner transport and use of sustainable biofuels. And of course, our target of the 32% EI reduction. And for this APAIC Phase 2, our key strategies are as follows: to expand, harmonize, and promote standards and labeling. So we are not only focusing on air conditioners and lighting, we also focus on transformers, motors, refrigerators, and other appliances. Next one is to enhance participation of the private sector, financial institutions, as well as clusters. Economic clusters or the business startups and accelerators will also form part in the triple helix collaboration that we have in Southeast Asia. The third one is to strengthen energy efficiency in building. As I said, the focus is on the green building codes. And I mentioned to you earlier that we have already identified the key recommendations, and we will bring these key recommendations into actions in the APAIC Phase 2. And the fourth is pursue energy efficiency and transport. This is a very new initiative, and therefore you will see a lot of information sharing, a lot of seminar, workshop, webinar, in order to fully understand energy efficiency and conservation in the transport sector. And we would like to thank, of course, ECCJ and METI for their commitment to also facilitate and to help ASEAN in addressing OBS number 4. And the last OBS is to advance energy efficiency in industry. We did a lot already in the past few years, but I guess for this coming years, we will see deeper we will see technical policy and of course, a lot of capacity building for ENC in the industry sector. This I would like to end my presentation, and thank you very much for everyone for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Christopher Zamora from ASEAN Center for Energy. So we have come to the end of the first session of the presentation with 3 presentations, and now we will go back to the session for Q&A to session 1. During the Q&A session in the agenda at the end of the workshop, and now we'd like to invite you to take a 15-minute break. Yeah, so please take the break.
Thank you very much. And we have finished the first session. We may take a break until now. The next session will start at 15:05. 15:05, and an announcement will be made to return. Thank you very much. And I would like to make a short announcement for all the viewers on YouTube. We will conduct an online evaluation for today's workshop, and would like to seek your kind assistance to fill out the online evaluation. You can find the online evaluation link on the YouTube description box. Thank you. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Please take your seat and silence your cell phone, please. And this second session will be on successful cases in Vietnam, Japan, and foreign countries, energy management system under legal framework, systematic energy management practice, and implementation of energy conservation measures and technologies. The moderator is Mr. Norihiro Kimura from METI. Mr. Kimura, please move for the session, please.
Hello, could you hear me? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Norihiro Kimura from International Affairs Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Department, Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry. As my boss, Mr. Koyama, mentioned in his keynote speech, this workshop was originally planned to be held in February, and actually I was supposed to visit Vietnam to attend this workshop. So it's a very much shame for me to miss the opportunity to visit Vietnam to attend the workshop. But finally, I was able to attend this workshop, and I'm very much honored to be a moderator for the session 2. Then let's start session 2. Theme is successful cases in Vietnam, Japan, and foreign country ENMMs under EM legal framework. So I'd like to introduce first speaker, Dr. Gwen Swan Kwan, Hanoi University of Science and Technology. Dr. Kwan, you have the floor.
We are so sorry for the coffee break time. So I think it's maybe now we can restart this section and everyone come back in here. So we will bleed with some minutes for restart this session. Thank you.
Yeah, 最初のやつも聞こえてなかったって感じですかね。可能性ありますね。頭から。
Hello, yeah, my name is Nguyễn Quang, yes. And now,
そうしましょう。
Okay, right now is the Vietnam side ready for the continuous the meeting now. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Now, now I'm presenting the topic is energy efficiency boiler in industry, case studies for industry. Next slide, please. Yeah. Next slide in English, please. Yeah. Yes. My presentation going in introduction of UNIDO project on promotion of energy efficiency, energy efficient induction, boiler adoption, and operating practice in Vietnam. This project is carried out by UNIDO, and I'm a part of it. The activity have been done to support the project is from me and my company. The boiler assessment activity, I have 4 case study and also the lesson and experience in the boiler operation process. Next, please. The UNIDO project is the name is Promotion of Energy Efficient Industrial Boiler Adoption and Operating Practice in Vietnam. It is a 4 years long project. The executing agency is Ministry of Industry and Trade. The implementing agency is UNIDO. And also the partner EMAK, MOS, Monre, etc. The target beneficiary is industrial enterprise in subsectors such as pulp and paper, textile, garment, food processing, chemical and fertilizer, wood processing, etc. Yeah. Also, the boiler manufacturer and provider is also beneficent. Next, please. And here is a project budgets for that. The GEF grant is 1,771,000 US dollar. Yeah. And this is the budget for the project. Next, please. And the objective of project is to reduce energy consumption and greenhouse gases emission through promotion of energy efficiency in industrial boiler. And you know that industrial boiler in many countries consume a lot of energy because it is using fuel directly for the heat processing. Yeah. Next, please. And the project components, we have 3 components. First is policy and regulatory framework to support the boiler standardization system. The component 2 is awareness, training and capacity building for the government agency, boiler owners, operators, and manufacturers and other stakeholders. The component 3 is financing and implementation of energy efficiency boiler adoption project and manufacturing. For me, I'm joining in the component 2 mostly. Next, please. When I'm working with the UNIDO project, the following activity have been done. I have support to evaluate the software used for the thermal calculation of boiler design. I have support to prepare the training material for the project training activity. I have support to evaluate the instrument used for boiler assessment, conduct the boiler efficiency measurement training for boiler user, etc. Yeah. And also I have assessing 29 boiler to evaluate boiler efficiency as well as giving energy conservation opportunity of boiler in 24 factories in Vietnam. Next, please. So in order to assess the boiler for energy efficiency, we go into the following activity. First, we have measuring and assessing the boiler efficiency at the plant with the standard device instrument equipped by UNIDO project. This is quite a good equipment, measuring equipment. The measurement carried out by the automatic record over the long period for a few days to a week, so that we can know the working status of boiler for a long period and including the low load and high load. The final evaluation report and the proportion of energy saving solution for boiler and steam supplying system was sent to the plant, and at the same time with the deep in-depth consultation of how to carry out the implementation project of the energy efficiency for boiler. The plan will have 3 months to decide and implement the proper energy saving solution in line with an actual situation of the plan. The expert return to the plan to assess the efficiency of implementing energy saving solution. So we have the 3 main steps. First, we have evaluating the efficiency and also the giving the advice. The second, we have advice and following the plan to implement the project. And the third, we assess the efficiency after implementation. Next, please. And here is a number of boiler. We go to 24 plant and we assess for 29 boiler. Some plant will have 2 or 3 boiler. So this is our work. And we have assessed 3 boiler with the capacity less than 13 boiler with capacity less than 10 tons per hour of steam, 11 boiler with the capacity of 10 to 25 tons per hour steam, and 5 boiler with the capacity more than 25 tons per hour. Next, please. And for the fuel used, we assess 16 boiler using coal as a fuel, 5 boiler using biomass as fuel, 4 boiler use like a multi-fuel boiler. That means sometimes they use this fuel, sometimes they use the other fuel based on the ability of fuel supplying. Also, we have 2 boiler using oil and 2 boiler using LPG as a fuel. Yeah. Next, please. So by assessing 29 boiler, we can find out the following ability of saving energy for boiler. First is adjusting combustion mode. That means when we see in the boiler, we can see that the heat loss by the unburned carbon is high. Also, the heat loss by the flue gas is high. So we have the adjusting mode. That means we go to the boiler factor as a boiler and guide for the operator to adjust oxygen, also adjust the combustion process. Yeah. The controlling blowdown regime, the adjusting oxygen concentration of flue gas, that means it is a little bit different with the first one. That means we can only adjust the oxygen for the very fast. And increasing temperature of feed water by the way that we improve the economizer, improving the insulation of furnace shell, repairing the economizer, repairing the air preheater, repairing steam leak, replacing by new boiler in accordance with the load and operation mode. Utilizing flue gas temperature for the other purpose, and combining the combustion additive and coal for coal. Yeah. Next, please. And here is a proposed solution and performance main solution. Because some solution we give the advice, but they do not implement it, and some they implement it. So this is the chart that showing the implementation solution and proposed solution. Next, please. So after implementing the project, we can have some results as following. The saving of coal is 19,589 tons per year. The oil is saving 115,000 liters per year. The biomass we can save 7,628 tons per year, and LPG is 435 tons per year. So we can see that, yeah, some mistakes. I use the dot in Vietnamese is like 4,000. Yeah, next, please. So here we have the result of the emission greenhouse gases emission reduction by the solution. Yeah. And we can see that the adjusting combustion mode, it can save a lot of energy, because when we go to the plant, especially for the stoker boiler, a chain grade stoker boiler, we can see that the unburned carbon is very high because they don't know how to operate it in the good way. So we adjust both oxygen and the way of controlling the chain. This is the way so that we can save a lot of energy here. And the other, we can see the ability to save energy. Next, please. Now we can go to each study. The case study of Hanoi Dyeing Joint Stock Company. Next, please. You can see here the boiler of case study 1, and it is 6 tons per hour. When we measure the oxygen concentration, it is 16.46%. and also the boiler working in the very low load. Next, please. You can see here the oxygen concentration in flue gas. We measure it for 3 days. Now, you can see the temperature of flue gas is very close before and after economizer. That means the economizer is not working well. Next, please. In that way, we have some solution. First is adjusting oxygen concentration of flue gas. The second is repairing the economizer. The third is repairing by replacing by the new boiler in accordance with load and operation mode. And also the plan have done all the solution here, especially the last one. They change the new boiler. Yeah, because after carrying out the previous one, and they also have the new demand, so that they replace the new boiler. Next, please. Okay. So this is the result of the case study 1. Yeah. Next, please. Yeah. And the case study 2 is one company producing the medicine, traditional medicine. Next, please. Yeah, you can see the boiler here with 6 tons power per hour. Yeah, and we also have the measurement. Next, please. Yeah, we can see the oxygen concentration and flue gas temperature. Yeah, next, please. Yeah, so we can we also adjusting oxygen concentration and adjusting combustion mode. And from that we can reduce, we can increase the efficiency quite good. Yeah, next, please. Yeah, and here is a result of the case study 2. Next, please. The case study 3 is Vinachem DAP 2. This is a very big boiler with 65 tons per hour. It is a fluidized bed boiler. Next, please. You can see here. Yeah, next, please. Yeah. And the problem with this factory is that the boiler is working quite well, but steam system is not so good. Yeah, next, please. You can see that is a steam leak, and also the insulation is very bad in many places. Next, please. So we give the energy saving solution, including the improving insulation, repairing the steam leak, combining the combustion additive and cones. I mean, we have the additive to reduce SO2 emission and also to reduce the limestone that used for the SO2 reduction. Next, please. And here is a result of improvement. And we can see that when we use the additives, the result is also quite good. Yeah. Next, please. Yeah. And here is one paper company, and they use a boiler of 15 tons per hour. Yeah. And the boiler efficiency at the beginning is very low because unburned carbon in the ash is very high. Yeah. Next, please. So we can see here the boiler and the result, and we can see the flue gas temperature is very high. So the solution, next please. Next please. Yeah. So and here is a result of measuring. Yeah. Yeah. Next please. Yeah. And we also give the energy saving solution here. And they also repair the economizer. And they reduce oxygen concentration by adjusting the blower. Yeah. Next. And here is a result of energy saving. You can see here. Yeah. Next, please. Yeah. And here is some lesson learned and experience in boiler operation process. And we can see that for boiler with capacity of less than 25 tons per hour, the staff often operate based on the experience, leading the heat loss due to the blowdown and flue gas. The chain grade boiler do not often control the heat loss due to unburned carbon properly. So these losses are usually quite large, and especially it is for boiler with operation mode at great fluctuation load. Most boilers haven't been equipped with the sensor of temperature or oxygen concentration. Thus, it is impossible to control the performance of economizer and air preheater, causing the high heat loss due to the flue gas. In the boiler operation, operators do not consider recording and synthesis, measuring operating parameters such as feed water, coal consumption, pressure, flue gas temperature, etc. So the record will be very useful for operator to form the process of operating boiler according to load demand. Commonly, plant only consider supplying enough steam for production process, so they do not focus on how to operate boiler efficiently and economically. So it is limited knowledge for boiler in general. As well as the implementation of energy saving solution in practice, there are so many energy saving opportunity in boiler and steam system. And in many cases, boiler equipped with capacity very high, but operate in the low capacity, in the low load. So it is inefficient operation. Yeah. So this is my presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Kwan, for your useful presentation on UNIDO project. I learned that there are several energy saving solutions or work well, but still there will be a huge potential for energy saving in boiler process. To audience, you might have a question on a presentation, but we have a Q&A session in the beginning of session 3, so please wait until then. Then I'd like to introduce second presenter. The second speaker is Dr. Yasuyuki Tada, Hitachi Limited. Dr. Tada, you have the floor.
Hello. Thank you very much. Hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Okay.
May I start?
飛んじゃったぞ。聞こえてますよね。
We can hear you now. We can hear you now much better than before.
Much better. Okay. Thank you very much. So this is Tada from Hitachi, Japan. It is great honor for me to introduce Hitachi solution, which will be able to contribute for making sustainable society. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. No? あれスライドが変わってませんか My presentation is not here. Okay.
ただいま準備しておりますので、少々お待ちください。
あ、はい。Thank you very much. So this slide shows the contents of today's presentation. Main theme of this presentation is how to reduce power grid loss by advanced applications and useful data platform. I would like to notify the possibility of loss reduction with maintained power grid reliability. Power grid is an important infrastructure, so that system operators should balance loss reduction and power grid reliability. Optimization is useful technology to make good balanced condition. Next slide, please. So to start my presentation, I would like to introduce a rough sketch of the value of power grid loss reduction. I have picked statistical data out from EVN's annual report 2018. Approximately, energy production from power station of EVN is 200,000 million kilowatt hour. Power grid loss rate is about 7% from annual report. It means lost energy at power grid is estimated by 14,000 million kilowatt hour. If we would be able to reduce power loss at power grid by 3%, we can recover 422 million kilowatt hour energy from this simple calculation. Other hand, 5,000 kilowatt wind turbine can produce about 22 million kilowatt hour in case of 50% capacity factor. Finally, we can obtain the value of 3% loss reduction from this calculation. 3% loss reduction is almost equal to 19 wind turbines. Next slide, please. Now, we recognize that value power loss reduction is not so small. However, electric power is very important for secure society. It means should maintain the security of the power system in high-level condition. So we need useful solution to cooperate power grid security and power loss reduction. One of the solution is OpenVQ. So OpenVQ is stand for this slide. OpenVQ can realize online voltage profile optimization. I will explain what voltage profile is in next slide. There are two benefits by OpenVQ. Realize reduction of CO2 emission by loss reduction because loss reduction can decrease the consumption of fossil fuel. Optimal voltage profile also can contribute for enhancing power grid performance. Even detailed feasibility study should be necessary for obtaining the actual value by OpenVQ, but OpenVQ can contribute for shifting power output from conventional generators to renewable energy with smaller capital expenses. Another solution, named HERO, HERO is also stands for this slide. HERO is for realizing effective local consumption of electric energy by rational operation of distributed energy resource, DER. HERO is one of information platform. Optimized local consumption can reduce the burden of trunk power grid effort. Next, please. From next three slides, explain what OpenVQ is. First of all, we should clarify the meaning of voltage profile. Voltage profile means coordination of voltage level at all stations in full power grid. This slide shows a simple case. I have calculated optimal voltage profile, which can minimize power loss using mathematical programming. Right column of this table express the rate of how much reduce the power loss instead of flat voltage profile. Flat voltage profile means choosing all voltage level maintained by rated value. Usually, there is allowable range of voltage at each station. In this case, voltage is allowed from 19 to 105. When using this range, about 5% loss can be reduced than flat voltage profile. Also, voltage profile strongly depend on the power flow condition. In the near future, we must use the renewable energy. Output of renewable energy is varied hour by hour. Optimal voltage profile should be also adjusted for reflecting condition of renewable energy. That's why importance of advanced online voltage control system must enhance. I believe that OpenVQ is one of promised technology for this purpose. Next, please. So I would like to introduce the outline of OpenVQ. Our team have confirmed by numerical simulation the benefit of OpenVQ using Tokyo Electric Power Grid data. Especially about 2% loss reduction would be expected, even though TEPCO Power Grid has offline voltage profile determination process. Roughly said, 2% power reduction at the system of Tokyo Electric Power means a reduction of about 1 billion yen of operation expenses. Next, please. This shows how to implement OpenVQ into current system. There are some ways for implementing OpenVQ because OpenVQ can run on the IT platform of Hitachi. IT platform of Hitachi can combine with the current SCADA system of system operator. Output of OpenVQ is very flexible. If the operator has indirect control upon communication for voltage control, OpenVQ will suggest preferable control ways on the display. It means operator will have useful information to send a message to other operator at the substation. Of course, if a SCADA system has a function of automatic control of substation devices, output of VQ can be applied directly. Anyway, I suppose operator would be able to obtain the performance of VQ with very small effort. Finally, OpenVQ leverage current power grid asset by setting operating condition to bring out the performance. The demonstration project of OpenVQ funded by NEDO which is Japanese government, has been started from this December with cooperation of EGAT Thailand. So, next please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Sorry. So, then I would like to change the topic. Next topic is introduction of HERO. HERO stands for the Hitachi Energy Resource Optimizer. There is a severe situation to manage DR, such as this figure. Each vendor and system should communicate and be integrated. Okay. Communicate and be integrated with decentralized energy resources by using its own communication and data protocols. It means there are some silos in operation of low voltage level management. It is necessary more complex function for utilizing DR, such as renewable energy and battery in the near future. Communication of each system must be sophisticated. That's why Hitachi developed the information platform. Next slide, please. If information platform would be utilized, it will be possible to easily realize a variety of high-performance management. This technology is important in order to realize the local consumption of energy. In addition, high-performance management based on HERO is not only able to reduce the burden of the transmission grid, but also allows to use the DR cooperative control for the performance of transmission grid. Hitachi will contribute, not only provide the HERO, but also develop advanced use cases for distribution grid operators. Next slide. This slide shows an example of system architecture of HERO. HERO is an information platform, so analyticals can be implemented with a simple way. So operator can expand the function of HERO easily. It is very important because maybe we cannot imagine always how to manage DER for the future. We need a trial and error to reach the final goal for sustainable society. So it means HERO's concept is concept like HERO is very important. Next, please. This is an example of application on HERO. This application provides real-time monitoring, visualization, control to DER, distribution energy resource. The application is equipped with the latest blockchain engine to fit the transaction of each stakeholder strictly. Next slide, please. Another example of HERO is battery management system. Battery management will require not only control technology, but also business evaluation scheme. It means battery management system will be required to calculate when and how much operate battery to minimize effort to maintain the full grid security. This example depicts one of the use cases on HERO platform. Both examples it means the management and battery management system introduced in this presentation. Hitachi has already demonstrated at the actual. So next, please. So, finally, I would like to conclude my presentation. So it is very important to make a smarter operation of power system or power grid, such as the expansion of use of renewable energy and the reduction of losses. Hitachi's two solutions were introduced in this presentation. Transmission system. OpenVQ is for realizing optimal voltage profile to reduce power loss. For distribution side, information platform named Hero was presented. One of Hitachi's most important one of Hitachi's most important corporate philosophy is harmonizes with customers. Hitachi would like to offer our solution for realizing sustainable society at Vietnam. Also, it is important to develop excellent human resources and IT solution to support the planning of power grid. Since Hitachi has some solutions in these areas, uh, I I would like to very happy to introduce it to you on another occasion. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Tada-san, for your excellent presentation on Hitachi's solutions. I hope Hitachi's two solutions will contribute to reduction of the transmission loss in Vietnam in the future. Then I'd like to turn to next speaker. Next speaker is Mr. Le Ba Hun, UCO Vietnam Co Limited. Mr. Hun, you have the floor.
EMAK 10 workshop today. My name is Le Ba Hong, coming from UCO Vietnam, and today in my presentation it's about improving energy efficiency or EE in commercial buildings by utilization of high efficiency equipment. So I will say EE for energy efficiency for short. So in my presentation there are 4 parts. First, briefly about company profile, our company. Second, project summary. Third, I will go into the introduced technologies and effects of the project. And last, I would like to introduce a product that we're developing, namely navigation BMS software. So I would like to introduce briefly about the company. And the mother company in Japan is called Yuko Keiso, established in December 2063. Main lines of business: design, installation, and maintenance of instrumental system and automatic control system. And the second part is design, installation, and maintenance of equipment for telecoms, security, emergency electricity, and air conditioning system. The third is the sales of instrumental devices and automatic control devices. And finally, we also provide architectural designing, supervision of building construction, and consultation of facilities management and services. In Japan, our main headquarters is in Tokyo, and also we have some other branches like Tochigi, Saitama, Yokohama, and in Hanoi. We have one subsidiary company, namely UCO Vietnam Ltd. UCO Vietnam was established in 2012, and we do build on some line of business of the mother company. We operate in consulting and engineering service for BMS, building management system. And second, we consult for energy saving projects. And here, especially on the joint crediting mechanism. And the third is design, installation, and maintenance of electrical system, automatic control measurement, and energy monitoring system. And we are also developing the system for energy monitoring and system diagnosis. Next, project summary. This project follows JCM between Monterey, Vietnam, and Japan, namely NEDO. These are the two key stakeholder agency on Japan and Vietnam side. In the project that we are going to present, Hebia Engineering Ltd of Japan is directly in charge of implementation of the project. The project is implemented in 2013-2018 period, and in the project, thanks to the support of Mitsubishi UFJ Morgan Stanley, with multi-years experience in assessment of CDMA, development mechanism. They are responsible for verification of energy saving effectiveness. On Vietnam side, we have Ho Chi Minh City University for Natural Resources and Environment, who verify the introduced technology and conduct promotion activities in Vietnam for the technology. And also we have the support from Ho Chi Minh City Energy Conservation Center and also the hotels and partners in Vietnam. And on JUCO side, we have been following the project since from the beginning to end. And now we have been delegated or authorized to disseminate or diffuse the technology in Vietnam. And the project is implemented in 5-star hotels in the two big cities, particularly in Hanoi, Nico Hotel, whose name has been changed to become Hotel Du Bắc Hanoi. In Ho Chi Minh City, the 5-star hotel in District 1, namely Reconnaissance Riverside, Saigon. In this project, we aim to promote energy efficiency by transferring the latest technology from Japan, aimed at purposes such as air conditioning, a lighting system, and also heat. Here, specifically hot water supply system equipment. These are the main energy consuming parts of the hotel. And we have reduced consumption of oil and electricity by replacing with a high efficiency boiler and heat pump, and also LED for lighting. And also we have verified the effectiveness of reducing the consumption of energy by installing BEMS. And according to the JCM, monitoring is done from April 2016 to 21st May 2017. So we have reduced 260 tons of CO2. Now I would like to go into the details about the different technology and also the effectiveness in implementing the different solutions for this project. First of all, let me introduce about the high efficiency boiler. We use high efficiency boiler produced by Miura. This is a big brand company in Japan, and also they have the branches outlet for sales and maintenance. So they have high efficiency compared with normal boiler, and because of small size, so the number of control units we can based on the energy load. And in the hotel, the low load activities below 50% of the boiler account for long time or majority of time, which means that we are having energy loss. And in this project, we propose replacing the 2-ton boilers by two smaller 1-ton boilers of Miura. And the next solution for heat is a heat pump. And for this system, it is very familiar technology in Vietnam already. In this project, we use a heat pump from Mayakawa company. And for the heat pump, it also simultaneously generate hot water and also cool air. And for the hotel, they can use both hot water and cool air for low load parts. Another characteristic these are the results. When we install combining high efficiency boiler and heat pump for Riverside, Saigon, they have installed the heat pumps already. So in this project, we only apply the installation of the new generation high efficiency boiler system. And for EE, we can see that in 2016, the oil save is 27,000 liters, equivalent to more than 13,000 US dollars. For Nico Hanoi, Hotel Park Hanoi, we apply both boiler and heat pump solutions. For this combined solution, we can save 185,000 liters, equivalent to 75,000 USD. And next, I'd like to talk about the solution we use for the hotel, namely the LED lighting system. For this project, we use a product of Panasonic Corporation. And for LED, the advantage is 2 times brighter and only 30% and 30% less power consumption compared with halogen lighting. So in Hotel du Parc Hanoi, we have changed the halogen lighting system in the corridor using LEDs. And here we have a chart, which is about energy consumption reduction. So we have been able to reduce by 77 megawatt hour. Next, the solution on BEMS. So for the BEMS, it is short for Building Energy Management System. So it is a system consisting of instrumental control and also monitoring and analyze diagnosis equipment. They have a graph based on the announced figures of INEDO based on National Assessment Institute of Japan on the adoption of BMS in 201 buildings in Japan, and the reduction factor is 8.4%, is a targeted or desired reduction of expected by the Japan side. But in reality, it's higher. It's even 11.2%, which shows a high level of efficiency when we install the BEMS system. BEMS. And in this project, we have also deploy the BMS, and we have a name in Vietnam. We add V, which makes it VBMS. And one of the prominent features of that is less expensive and also efficient and simple hardware and advanced software. This system focuses on air conditioning because air conditioning system account for 60% of total energy consumption in the hotel. So the BMS can really deliver benefits. The main function of the system is a system chart for current operation status of the system. It can monitor and analysis of energy consumption and operational index based on collected data. And the third is export alarm log and collected data. And through the BEMS, we have come up with the operational improvements. First, optimum operation of cooling water pump. Second, optimum operation of chiller system. And the system with the capacity levels based on the load of the AC aircon, and also optimum rotation of chiller system. And third, we create the manual for efficient operation. And fifth, we review the daily operation of the previous day, and also pick the points that need to be improved to improve the operation for the next day. And through this, the BEMS system have come up with improvements in a short time, a few months, which have yielded energy efficiency results. And this is the result after the improvements actions. We can see that since September, we have been successful in reducing energy consumption by 18,000 kilowatts. In Japan, when we apply measures for operational improvement without the need of capital or financing investment, reduction by 5% is already very good. And in this project, we have been able to reduce by 7%. We have received a very positive assessment from the hotel's engineers and managers. And fourth, I would like to mention briefly about the software, which also have saved energy under research and development by our company, which is Navigation BEMS. This is a software that can provide forecast based on the load of the AC, based on the collected data from the previous days, and based on the information collected from weather forecast. Through the use of AI unit and API, RPA, sorry, robotic process automation. And this software allows scheduling the operation for different units and the optimal value, and also it's set up automatically the values that have been installed earlier to for optimization of the system operation. And as I mentioned earlier, the important thing for us to come up with a proper operation mode is to analyze the data that have been collected. And for this system automatically acquire or take the data and analyze, and it has automatic settings in place of the on the spot operational engineers. And for the hotel, the daily management activities are usually prioritized, and operational improvement by this, if it is done manually by human, it's going to be difficult for them to do improvement. And so our system automatically play the role on behalf of the engineers to set up the proper parameters for the system. So for all the detailed information about the software and the system, please can you contact us? And at the workshop today, that is a brief introduction. And for the greater details on the JSM project and also some other JSM projects that we have been implementing, you can contact us using the contact details as on the slide. And Japan side, Mr. Chiro, and on outside, you can contact me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hun, for your another great presentation on the JCM project. From my experience, actually, I was in charge of JCM from 2010 to 2013 at METI, and at that time, still JCM is the initial stage, and actually, Japan and Vietnam signed the MOU at that time. So my colleague and I made best effort to promote feasibility studies and demonstration project to develop JSM project in Vietnam. And after 7 years, I'm very glad to see successful cases of JSM project which has been already registered and issued a credit in Vietnam. So thank you for your presentation. Then I'd like to turn to final speaker of the session 2. The final speaker, Mr. Majis Lusa Silait, PT Bubuk Kartim. Mr. Silait, you have the floor.
Yeah. Thank you, Kimura-san. Okay, thank you. First of all, I would like to express my appreciation for giving me opportunity to present the journey of energy management system in fertilizer industry in PT Pupuk Kalimantan Timur. This splendid workshop for the Energy Management Action Network for Industrial Efficiency, or EMAK, which is coordinated by two governments of Japan and Vietnam under the associated ministry. The next slide, please. Yeah, Pupuk Kaltim is one of the member of Pupuk Indonesia Holding Company, and it is located in Bontang, in east part of Borneo Island. Our vision is that to become a growing and sustainable world-class company in the fertilizer, chemical, and agribusiness industry. You can see our main product as urea and ammonia and NPK, and also we have other derivative products. Currently, we are operating a 5 urea plant with total capacity 3.4 million ton per year, 5 ammonia plant and total capacity is 0.7 million ton per year, and 3 NPK plant with total capacity at 350,000 ton per year. And about 35% of our product to be subsidized in 2/3 of eastern part of Indonesia. And in the last 3 consecutive years, our boundary excellent framework is already to the best value. We are now in the industry leader position, and currently we have received the 3 of 5 ammonia and urea plant for the ISO 50001 certification. Next slide, please. You can see on this slide, we have a 5 plant, and it started from the PKT number 3. It used equal to 183,000 total TOA, and PKT2 use equal to 366,000 TOA, and PKT4 and 5.1a. So the total energy consumption for the energy, not include the natural gas as raw material, is about 1.2 million TOA. Next slide, please. So as the energy management system drivers, for why we are implementing the energy management system, some basic reason has to be considered to achieve not only company goal, but also government goal. As such, the first, production costs. In such a fertilizer plant, energy usage is about 40% of production cost, which is mainly using natural gas. As the price of this gas increases year after year, cost of goods sold will also increase accordingly. On the other hand, urea and ammonia market price fluctuate and tend to decline, as you can see on the left chart, ammonia and urea chart. The number two, another as driver is that we support government policy about energy conservation that have been regulated through government regulation, as well as participating in national determined contribution to reduce CO2 emission. To keep the sustainability of energy efficiency and continuous improvement, it needs to make sure that any system should be integrated with other management system. And the next driver is that to enhance company's reputation as one of the world-class company in line with the vision and mission of the company. Next slide, please. How this ISO 50001 journey from the beginning, we started in 2015 by making the corporate energy policy and making the group, special group for this. And in 2016, we set up all the system required to start this energy management system. In 2017, the Plan 3 or PKT3 has received the ISO 50001 certification. And the next year, in 2018, the plan PKT1A also received the certificate for this ISO 50001. In 2019, the plan number 4 also received the certification for the ISO 50001. And by this year, we proceed the transition from the previous version to the 2018 version. So by this year, all of the ammonia and urea plant will get the certification for the same ISO 50001. So next slide, please. So this one of the example for the PKT4, how the energy management to be set up. We divide the 3 level for this plant, level 1, level 2, and 3. Level 1, we say as the PKT4. This is the example for PKT4. And the level 2, we divide it into 3 units of this plant, ammonia plant, urea plant, and utility. And in the level 3, each ammonia urea utility divide the energy in thermal and power, because the thermal and power is using the most portion of this energy user in the plant. And by inside the thermal and power unit, we choose the equipment or system that using the most energy in that system. As you can see here, in the ammonia thermal, there are SU, significant energy user, is 39% in the primary reformer, 22% for the syngas compressor turbine, and 13% for the process air compression. And the other energy user is not so significant in terms of our energy user in this plant. So we monitor daily in this significant energy user for the most energy users in the plant. And the same also to be divided into the urea plant and utility plant, as you can see on the slide. Next slide, please. What kind of benefit we get after implementing all of this energy management system? By implementing this ISO 50001 for all of the plants in accordance with the roadmap, company is able to demonstrate continuous improvement of energy, performance, and tangible benefit from various aspects are as follows. In the financial aspect, as seen on the chart, the energy saving is improving year after year. At the present October 2020, Pupuk Kaltim has achieved about 4.39% saving below the baseline, or it is equal to 20 million US dollar. In terms of the environment aspect, the more energy saving and absolutely the more CO2 reduction is achieved. And until this month, PKT has decreased the CO2 emission, which is equal to 208,000 ton CO2. And the energy efficiency index, energy consumption for ammonia and urea production per ton is improved and become more efficient, as you can see on the right chart, on the below right side. The next slide. Besides the tangible benefit, PKT is also proud of becoming a reputable company. So you can see 5 factors that giving the benefit for the company. The first one is inspiring the holding company, the other member of holding company, to implement this energy management system in all subsidiaries company. And presently is already the other 3 company already implement this energy management system. And the next factor is, the next benefit is increasing the energy saving culture through energy efficiency innovation and increase competitiveness in the global market, especially in countries that care about the environment and energy. The next benefit is, since 2017, Pupuk Kaltim has received gold medal, the highest award in national program for assessment of companies' performance rating in environmental management out of 1,906 industry participate in national level. And in international level also, Pupuk Kaltim has achieved as a world-class industry by the Global Performance Excellence Award, or GPAA, in 2018 and 2019. Next slide, please. So this is one of the example how the energy management program to be executed in the plant. First one is in terms of the operational program. Now we have the new best practice for how to reduce the O2 excess in the boiler or in the primary reformer, and to reduce the steam carbon ratio, and to utilization of off gas, and also to get the methane slip optimization. And in the operational program, the other program is that we do the predictive and preventive maintenance based on another management system, is ISO 55001, and also we do the daily monitoring for the ECU as ECU in online basis. And another program is that for all of the equipment that to be purchased has to be evaluated by using life cycle cost analysis. In investment program category, we already upgrade the type of the converter from S200 become S300. This will resulting in the higher conversion, ammonia conversion. And also we install the new LP ammonia scrubber to decrease the ammonia emission. So we will get the benefit for that reduction. And another is that we are now using minimum the motor for the pump, the standard minimum is IA3. So we get the premium efficiency for the motors. And in the turnaround program, we replace the catalyst with the higher efficiency ones and the implementation of the LCA analysis. And also we do the chemical and mechanical cleaning to improve the efficiency and to improve the mass efficiency. And also we do the rotating equipment and overhaul by our own facility and our own employee. Next, please. Here is, you can see our success factors that the first, we have a strong driving force, like a cost reduction, because we already get the higher gas price in the last 10 or 20 years to continue our business. And two, we get the very committed from our top management. And then we have the energy, very detailed energy baseline, because we have big data for that energy. And number four, we already have the competent teams to support the energy system management. You can see here, we have the 8 energy managers, 5 auditors, and competent and certified operator for all operator in the plant and also in the supporting department. 5, we have also the data availability and accuracy, because the most of the plant has used the DCS and digital log sheet for the daily monitoring. And accuracy is based on the ISO 70025 certification. And 6 is we are following the industry 4.0 in operational control base for monitoring the key operating parameter and also the monitoring the energy in significant energy use. And the last one is this new energy management system has to be integrated with our existing management system. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is the end of my presentation. I hope this presentation is useful for anybody who are working on energy field. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sirait, for your useful presentation. Through presentation, I learned that how ISO 50001 certificate holder have promote energy management system and achieve energy saving together with saving energy cost. This is the end of session 2. And again, I'd like to thank all of the 4 presentators at this session. And again, I'd like to applaud all of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And we will start the session 3 panel discussion and wrap up speakers and representatives. The moderator is Mr. Kazuhiko Yoshida from ECCJ, the Energy Conservation Center, Japan. Mr. Yoshida, please move for the session.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your kind introduction. My name is Kazuhiko Yoshida from the Energy Conservation Center, Japan. And I'm in charge of session 3. And next slide, please. In session 3, as per the agenda, I'd like to proceed this session as follows, starting with overall question answer and comments for the 2 sessions, where 7 presenters made a very excellent presentation. However, you may have some questions. And unfortunately, we don't have so much time because of the delay. So I decided to turn of the venue for question and comments from Japan, Vietnam, and Indonesia. And I would like ask the cooperation in keeping the question and comments in this parts. So in the question and comments, at first, please tell your name, your organization, and also the name of the presenters together with the presentation number shown in the agenda. So I'd like to proceed with a question and comments from the Japan side. So are there any persons to have a comments and questions in Japanese participants? Okay, Mr. Ogura, you can comment or questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Yoshida. My name is Ogura of ECCJ. And I remember today, I'm very glad to see Mr. Hiep's face in his presentation. And I remember 13 years ago, I stationed in Hanoi, work with MIT. And my counterpart is Dr. Kim, current DZ. And Mr. Hiep is his boss. And Mr. Hiep made the EEC Act in Vietnam at that time. So, and still you are working in the under MIT, also another ECC activity. It's very glad to hear. And regarding your presentation material, it's also we confirmed the same recognition of your feeling in the difficulties and limitation, and also recommendation. We agree. And also Mr. Kubota pointed out, our also way forward direction is also same as you pointed out, like capacity building or revision of your regulation, like a Circular 21 or so. And also the other one is a financial mechanism. Also Mr. Kubota mentioned. And I have that's a question. In Japan, under METI, NEDO, as Yuko mentioned, NEDO, New Energy and Technology Development Organization, NEDO has some financial scope, like from the company's total investment amount, 1/3 subsidy to the company. So that also promotes the acceleration for the promotion of EC activity installing equipment. So I'd like to ask Mr. Hiep, in your VECEA under MOIT, if you have such a kind of activity or budget, can you also apply such kind of a financial support system in your organization or not? That's my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Ogura, for your comments and the question. So question is for Mr. Hiep. So could you please reply to the question from Mr. Ogura? Mr. Hiep is there in Vietnam?
Thank you, Mr. Kumura, for the question. And thank you for recalling around more than 20 years ago. We went to Japan to find out and understand about EE and C activity. And perhaps the laws on EE of Vietnam partly has bears the resemblance or something, or the marks of the law on EE in Japan. We learned the methodology and also the activities on EE and C of Japan and adopt. And after the study trip in 2016, we started in 2010, and we could adopt the law on EE in Vietnam. So after the adoption of the law on EE in Vietnam, the government of Vietnam issued 3 programs. We need 1, 2, 3. And by now, from having nothing, after 20 years, the EE and C activities in Vietnam has become an industry in Vietnam. We'd like to thank Japan for your cooperation and support to Vietnam in developing the law or the act. And also with the law on EE adoption, Vietnam, the VESA, has been established, namely the EE association. We are a social professional association. Our operation is mainly self kind of finance by providing services, and our association also involved in doing research and activities on amending, supplementing legal documents, providing guidelines for implementation of the law on EE. And now our work is studying and revising Decree 21, guiding the detailed implementation of EE provisions, because the law have been in place for more than 10 years. So going forward, we hope, as per the VNIP 3, 2021, 2022, we can finalize or refine on all and fix all the inconsistency in the legal system in Vietnam. And so in terms of financing for our operation, we receive part of the financing through the contracts of MOIT. Especially, we receive the financing from VNIP 1 and 3. And because we are the members of the Visa Association, so the industries or the consulting firms, according to our assessment, the source of financing to support EE in activities in Vietnam, it's difficult for the industries to have access to these sources of financing. Namely, they still don't have sources of financing with kind of preferential interest rate to support EE and C activities in Vietnam. And recently, in the last 2 years, we have one source of financing from the World Bank providing support to the companies or industries to take loans and to invest in EE in industrial sectors. This project is under implementation, but according to our survey, enterprises are still having some feedback. First, in fact, access to the financing and also disbursement has been not really conducive easy, and the interest lending interest rate is still quite high, not so attractive. It's almost as equal to the interest rate offered by commercial banks. So the industries have not been really actively engaged, have keen interest, proceed with the procedures to have access to the financing. And these are only some points. And it's the end, as the time is constrained. So I would like to thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hiep, for your detailed answer and including comments. Mr. Ogura, it is okay?
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Hiep. Thank you for your cooperation.
Next, I'd like to move on to questions, comments from Vietnam. Just please choose one person for the question. If there is no question, I would like to move to the Indonesia. So please raise the hand and show in front for questions and or comments in Vietnam. Are there any persons for questions or comments?
Ai muốn nêu câu hỏi hoặc ý kiến không? Dr. Lương. Mr. Trịnh Quốc Vũ, DDG of DEESD MOIT, and participant in the EMAK 10. My name is Phạm Hoàng Lương, lecturer, Hanoi University of Science and Technology, and also I'm the deputy leader of the national program, the energy efficiency. So to 2030. In interest of time, I would like to raise 4 points related to the 4 presentation. The first related to Mr. Hiep's presentation. This is a very good presentation. The bottlenecks in implementation of EE and C is a policy mechanism, and especially operation of ESCO, and second mechanism of financial support instruments for the activities. Mr. Hiep said reasonably that for EE we have very good feed-in tariff for renewable energy, but for EE in there's still some lack of kind of fairness or equity. Resolution 55 say 2 main areas, EE and RE, are the main pillars. But RE receive a lot of attention. EE should receive more attention. We usually talk about win-win in energy solution, both economic and environmental benefits, but the win-win in the very small scope. In the big project, we may have win-win, but it requires long time, and there are huge financial risks, including for policy mechanism. So if we have good policy triggers for ESCO, to activate ESCO and also financial services, EE and C activities in Vietnam will be very good. And in the Mr. Kubota's presentation, it has to do with operation of ECCJ and activities. Mr. Hiep and I had opportunity to work with this center since 2012. We highly appreciate that you are still operational in the area of EE and C. But Mr. Kubota said there are 3 main activities. Objective is to support implementation of Unit 3. And there are 3 activities: training, and second, reading and monitor annual report and energy audit reports. So for the reading of that, I think we would like to find out further when implementing the projects. Then energy auditors in Vietnam will read the report, and Japan provides support in reading, but read on what basis? I would like to ask. And also you talk about implementing the solution and financial support. So we'd like to know, well, financial support, on what condition do we need to ensure to receive financial resources from METI to MOIT and Japan partners to MOIT. So we have the platform of Asian Energy Center, making it very convenient. There are activities we can tap on for MAP. It is very good. MAPS, which is minimum energy performance standards for the equipment. So Mr. Hiep's agency association is involved in that. I'm very interested in ASEAN Energy Cooperation Program 2021-2025 with 7 components. 3 components of interest to us. First, it's about EE and C, renewable, yes, and a good model, which is clean coal technology. In Asia, we have more realistic ideas about the role of coal compared with the view, other views. So we will say coal is polluting in Asia. Philippines, Indonesia, especially Indonesia, still have to use coal. And during energy transition, we still need coal. But what kind of technology do we use to ensure that the coal is cleaner, to ensure a very smooth transition from fossil fuel to renewable or have lower emission? So I think in this program, MOIT, and I think Mr. Kim and Mr. Chikok Vu's department should elaborate what activities we can be involved in. Especially, we are interested in clean coal technology, because this is very relevant for Vietnam's context. And in the coming time, we need to have transition to really know about the economic role of coal power. And the final one is from Mr. Hitachi. So here we talk about a transmission grid loss, and with renewable energy penetration, then the volatility of the transmission system going to be an issue. So you talk about 2 things. First, developing the profile, namely for optimizing the profile of the voltage in the system. And we have A0, A1, EVN. So the second is demand side, which is distributed energy sources. Okay, so we optimize the different sources. So, for example, we have been on survey in Ninh Thuận, Bình Thuận. We have a good development of generation sources, but we don't have the load demand. So that's why for distributed energy resource, how we develop that in Ninh Thuận, Bình Thuận. So battery is also an issue we need to pay attention to, and why we are interested in, and also myself, because it has to do with proposing technology solution for implementation of energy solution Vietnam 2021-2030. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, and including maybe some questions. No question? It is a good explanation to support their presentation. Thank you very much. So I'd like to move on the floor to the Indonesia. Are there any questions? Please allow me to choose one person. If there is a person who wish to ask questions or comments on the presentations. Okay, there is no questions. Okay, so due to the time limitation, I'd like to finish this overall question and answer also the comments. However, if there is some questions, please contact ECCJ. We'll coordinate to prepare the answer. Please don't hesitate to contact ECCJ. Thank you very much. So I'd like to close the part of our question and answer and the comments. So I'd like to move on to a panel discussion. Please show my presentation. Okay, in panel discussion, I will ask the 5 panelists. I'll introduce one by one. Mr. Norihiro Kimura, Deputy Director of METI. And second, Mr. Chin Kwok Bu, Deputy Director, Ministry of Industry and Trade of Vietnam, MOIT. And third, Mr. Hideo Kubota, technical experts from ECCJ. And fourth, Ms. Le Tan Tao from actually a country representatives from UNIDO in Vietnam. And fifth, Mr. Septia Buntara Shupendi, Manager, RE Department, ASEAN Center for Energy, ACE. Next slide, please. Okay, here I show the agenda. Agenda is direction of public-private cooperation to promote energy conservation by establishing energy management system. So at first, I'd like to ask each panelist to provide some comments and opinions or suggestions, especially on the issues and requirements, also the solutions or actions. Maybe this may include some challenges from the viewpoints and standpoints of each panelist. So I'd like to start the comments from the panelists. So I'd like to first I'd like to invite Mr. Norihiro Kimura for your comments or suggestions, opinions on this agenda.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Yoshida, for your introduction. From me, from the viewpoint of Japanese government, I'd like to share Japan's experience on public-private cooperation. In fact, Japanese energy efficiency policy have encouraged action towards energy efficiency through collaboration between private and public sectors, combining regulation and financial support. So as for the regulation, as you know, the Energy Efficiency Act requires a company to report their energy consumption and set an energy efficiency target for improvement. So for effective implementation, we carefully reviewed and evaluated all the submitted report and categorized them into 4 categories, SABC classes. And so if you get a company get S evaluation, their name will be published on the METI website. And in some cases, if the company apply to the subsidies, they can get additional point because of S evaluation. So that means that will enable the company to get subsidies more easily. On the other hand, if you get a C classes evaluation, METI will directly provide guidance or direction to improve their energy management. So through this process, regulation also will provide motivation with a company to improve their energy efficiency. Of course, not only regulation, but also we provide financial support to introduce energy efficiency the equipment and around the activities, which is through subsidies and tax incentives. So yeah, and also it's for subsidies not only for domestic activities but also international activities, which was raised in the previous discussion that we have a NEDO financial support to develop and implement international collaboration project to achieve energy efficiency in foreign countries, in Vietnam. So through these activities, we can promote energy efficiency through public and private collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kimura. Very useful comments based on the Japanese policy and regulation, including a supporting system. Next, I'd like to invite Mr. Chen Quoc Vu from Vietnam for your comments. Mr. Mr. Wu, please. Please summarize in 2 minutes. Are there, Mr. Wu? Yes.
Regarding the government of Vietnam's policies in promoting PPP in energy efficiency and conservation, in Vietnam we have the EENC law. According to the law, the businesses that use energy a lot, for example, more than 1,000 TOE for the businesses in the industrial transport sector, and more than 500 TOE for the buildings and construction projects. So they have to follow and implement obligations stated under the law, and that means they have to do the energy audit, and they are responsible to provide reports on annual basis to the government on the EE plan for the subsequent years, and as well as for the 5-year period to the government. And in addition, the MOIT of Vietnam has developed the regulations on the energy use norm in the chemical and steel industry, in the paper and plastic industry, and in the fishery processing and sugarcane production industry. And the businesses in these key sectors have to comply with the energy use norm in producing 1 unit of product. And annually, we collaborate with the Provincial Department of Industry and Trade in terms of monitoring, supervision, and giving some kind of reminders to them. And in addition, in order to, promote the typical examples of energy efficiency. Annually, we organize the contest of, for example, the energy efficiency buildings and others, in order to promote the examples of energy efficiency and savings in the market. In addition, we also provide technical support to the businesses through the National Program on Energy Efficiency, as well as the National Target Programs in the last 10 years. This TA support helps the businesses to conduct energy audit or to develop the investment plan, so that they can, implement their investment decision with the energy efficiency solutions and technologies. We plan to develop a national fund to promote EENC. This is within the national program, which was approved by the Prime Minister of Vietnam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wu. Also introducing some progress in the energy conservation through the policy and regulation. Next, I'd like to invite Mr. Hideo Kubota for your comments, suggestions. Mr. Kubota, please.
Yes. Talking about the energy management system, I think there is some limitation for the result. This is related to my presentation. Through the PDCA cycle from the energy management system, but the solution actually implemented is low cost or no cost and easily can perform. But the higher effective solution is needed some investment. So and in my presentation, I mentioned about the subsidy or some financial support from the government, but the government's support is also limited. And on the other hand, there is many international funds, like NEDO or UNIDO or some green fund in these days. So many funds, but the application is so strict and sometimes so complicated. So I propose there should be some support system for the application to find out some funds can be used. this kind of support will to realize and can be it's break through the limitation of the result of the energy saving result. And this is my proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Kubota, for your comments, and including suggestions. Implementation is very important. So this is a good point. And next, I'd like to invite Ms. Le Tan Thao from UNIDO in Vietnam. Ms. Le Tan Thao is there?
Okay, she's speaking. She's speaking and I'm translating.
Okay, please.
On behalf of UNIDO and based on our experience in promoting energy efficiency in industry in Vietnam, I think in order to enhance energy management system in industries, there are four main actors that should take action. And from the government, there should be an institutional system to monitor the energy efficiency activities and then create incentives and then also a punishment system to really enforce, especially at the designated energy units. For the business and enterprise, we understand that the awareness from the top leaders from the firms in Vietnam is still very low. So we need to involve the top management leaders from the firms to be involved, and then how to help them, and then the implementation to overcome the resistance to the new change at the factory, at the operational level. And at the consulting provider for energy efficiency, they still lack of the knowledge and also consulting skills to provide energy management system services. And then the last one is the certification and system auditor bodies. They also lack of the capacity to conduct the system audit. So in order to have really a transformation on energy management standards, there should be capacity building to all these stakeholders so that we can create a greater impact in Vietnam. Thank you.
Very much, Ms. Lu Tan Thao. It is a very good suggestions, comments from the energy management system point of view. Next, I'd like to invite Mr. Sepucia Buntara Spendi from Indonesia. Ace, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I couldn't agree more with Mr. Kubota and Ms. Le Tan Thao recently, because one of the take out from our discussion with our ASEAN member states is the issue of ownership. A lot of energy management program carry on a lot of support coming from the other region. However, within the member states, somehow we still need a proper institutional arrangement to support this program ahead. Beside of that, the second issue is we have to know where is the end game of this energy management. A lot of initiative coming on board, a lot of support coming to the region, mentioning it can contribute to the climate change action. A part of that, from the session and presentation, we notice cost saving is one of the most influential factors that we can move forward this energy management system, especially in the industry. This is the great factor of success for energy management in the future for ASEAN. One of the good example, I think, carried out by our earlier presentation by Mr. Zamora, we have cooperation under our ASEAN Plus 3. We name it Clean Energy Future Initiative under cooperation with and leading by Japan. On this, we consider one of the flagship program, we name it Renke Control on demand side management, which attract a lot of interest on cost saving from industry. So time to time, we not only focusing on the cost saving, but later at the end, it will support the government to tackle climate change in the future. So I think it will be beneficial in terms of in terms of the industry, and scale up into the national level, and at the end to the global level. So I think this is very good example coming from that initiative. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sepultia, for your good comments based on the observation from the ASEAN. Also considering some points for the climate or environment and demand side control. So now we had comments and suggestions or opinions from the 5 panelists. So next, I'd like to move on to the actual discussion, at first among the panelists. So if you have any opinion, comments to the other panelists, please provide your comments, or maybe some questions, okay? Mr. Kimura, please.
Thank you. Thank you for the panelists for your comments. And I heard from UNIDO in Vietnam representative that I heard that there Mr. Kubota pointed out that there is some difficulty in applying to the subsidy provided by international organization. And now we have a UNIDO representative in the panel. So if from your viewpoint, do you have any suggestion or any actions to utilize subsidy from international organization more easily or more effectively? Do you have any suggestion?
Okay, how about?
We are a technical assistance agency, but indeed during our project, we're also providing the support for the firms to get access to finance. And yeah, so from our experience, there are 2 sides of the game. First is from the firms. We need to really help them to prepare a bankable project that is in line with the requirement of the loan providers. And then also from the financial institution, we need to build the capacity to do the evaluation, to do the eligibility appraisal of the bankable proposals, because the bank normally they provide a loan to like a real estate or based on business plan, but these are energy efficient and it related to technology. So how to help them to really understand and make sure that these bankable are feasible are important. And then we could facilitate the demand and the supply side to meet with each other. And of course, from the commercial bank, the procedures needs to be simplified. And then also there should be more incentives and subsidy provided into this still a very new areas in Vietnam. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think this is an also very important point to enhance the public and private cooperation. And also from the viewpoint on the future direction of EMAK to contribute the private public-private cooperation. If you have any comments or opinions, please provide your comments and opinions. At first, from panelists. Okay, Mr. Kimura, please.
Sorry for taking floor again. Actually, Mr. Supendi mentioned about CEFIA. This is Japan's proposal and initiative to cooperate with ASEAN of course, which include energy efficiency and energy management and renewable and any other cleaner technology or diffusion. As you know, there are two or three flagship projects, such as Renke, which you mentioned, and also Net Zero Energy Buildings project. And but I think maybe there are another needs or room for new project which might be coming from ASEAN side or Vietnam and any other countries. So do you have any specific idea or needs for future SAFIA project?
So, Mr. Spendi, please comment.
Thank you very much. That's a very good question and very tangible actually to shape our future action on this matter, Mr. Kimura. There are one thing that we need to consider when we want to shape the future initiative. First is on the uniqueness of the ASEAN member states, the condition. I mean, we hope we can close the gaps among the ASEAN member states who already have energy management in place, including like Vietnam. However, like another country like CLM or even like Brunei Darussalam, they still need more support to enhance the energy management system. On top of that, if we want to conclude the concrete things we can do for future, first, I think a guideline is necessary for us to establish. Why? With a guideline, we can have a standard document what kind of energy management that we want to have in industry and building. Data we already gather by our awards arrangement. So I think that's possible. And considering the very close engagement within the ASEAN Center for Energy and Japan through ECCJ, for example, we did a lot of measurements, energy audit, and program certifications. So this is very useful. Second one, of course, I think mentioned by our colleague from Vietnam is the capacity building continuously and of course we need to see the need and the priority from each country because the government has different kind of priority. And the third one is we have initiative on energy management certifications that we translate into proposal by the ASEAN Center for Energy, which gaining support from our energy efficiency and conservation subsector network or ENCSSN to move this forward. I think we can have a close cooperation to enlarge the energy management initiative in the future. So I think that would be my answer on that. Thank you, Mr. Kimura, again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Spendi. So next, okay. So I'd like to move on to some comments and opinions from the Vietnam side. May I ask Mr. Vu to comment or to provide us with your comments or opinions on the, especially on the public-private cooperation related to the energy management action networks in the future, based on your experiences?
I agree with the recommendations of the panelists for Vietnam. Going forward, we will focus on enhancing the quality of the energy management systems in the key energy users. And during the past 10 years, we have promoted the businesses to, establish their energy management systems. And going forward, this system would play more important role, and that from energy consumption
the businesses have to identify the solutions for themselves, and energy management system and energy audit can only be effective and efficient by then. Now, I would like to invite the opinion and comments from some experts. First of all, I'd like to invite Professor Nghĩa. My name is Trương Duy Nghĩa, an energy expert. And through the career of my life, I have worked a lot in energy efficiency and conservation. And I would say that the workshop today is very significant in terms of implementing energy efficiency and conservation. And in addition to saving, we need to highlight the words energy efficiency. And I would like to raise a question. I do not know who I would address the question to, but I would like to ask Mr. Kubota and Mr. Tada. From the energy efficiency and saving perspective, I would say that when I, talk with the people from other countries, they limit the production or the translation from thermal to power, and that they would limit the transmission from power to thermal. And there are countries that prohibit the power turning into thermal. And in Vietnam, this is also a popular issue. And I would like to, ask the question to our Japanese colleagues. This question does not relate to the policy or financing mechanism. But still, I think, the issue is very significant for energy saving. So my question to Japan is, are you interested in this aspect? And even though Vietnam and Japan differ in terms of economic management, but I would like to hear some kind of, sharings from Japan, and whether in Japan you are interested in this aspect or not.
Okay, thank you very much.
Vâng. Xin cảm ơn rất là nhiều câu hỏi vừa rồi.
It's okay. I think this includes some questions, and another important point is on some of the conversion from electricity to thermal energy, something like that. So this is also very important management of energy resources to achieve the more efficient supply, also the consumption of the energy by the users. So maybe I think today we don't have much time to discuss the details, but for the another opportunities, we'll provide this kind of discussion in Vietnam in the future. It's okay? Okay, so next I'd like to move the comments and opinions from Indonesia. Okay. So if there is no opinion, suggestions on this agenda, then next I have to summarize and wrap up this panel discussion. Okay, please show the presentation. Okay, today we have heard many important information data, especially on the energy management and energy management system. In session 1, we shared the latest policy on energy efficiency and conservation in Vietnam, and also the international cooperation and their outcomes through bilateral and multilateral cooperation to promote energy efficiency and conservation. In session 2, we also share the best practices in energy conservation under the energy management system in Vietnam, Indonesia, and also some of the information from Japan also. And in session 3, we have discussed especially on the issue and the possible solution to establish energy management system to promote energy conservation, especially under the public-private cooperation. And also exchange some aspects and opinion on the future EMAK based on this discussion. Next, please. Today, we have heard some very important words through the presentations and discussion in this panel discussion. And important keywords will be sustainability and globalization. Sustainability will means actually we have to achieve sustainable improvements in energy efficiency, environmental conditions, economy, and quality of life. And regarding the globalization, now we cannot establish the economy by one country. So globalization is a very important factor, not only for business, but also for the mitigation of negative environmental impacts, such as pollution and global warming. And also, recently, we have experienced some of the challenges to establish a measure against the various risks caused by COVID-19 pandemic, etc. So, as we have recognized today, it is very important to establish and function the energy management system to achieve very effective and useful in realizing the two keywords. And also public-private cooperation for E&C is a very effective approach for solving these issues, especially by sharing the same targets and goals as the international goals and targets, such as the carbon neutral policy and the Paris Agreement and SDGs. And also, it is a very important point to establish a very harmonized and cooperated policy and a practical approach by the two stakeholders, public and private sectors. Next, please. Getting back to the sustainability, we understand that the energy management system will contribute to achieve some, actually that's almost 6 important goals related to the energy. So that's energy management system will provide us with a systematized approach to solve these issues to achieve these goals. Next, please. So now we think of the globalization. And actually in the recent economy is based on the various resources, especially based on the supply chain. So now we can overview the energy and the material system as follows. Actually, regarding the energy and the materials, sometimes comes from outside, and not only resources, raw materials, but also the some parts of the manufacturing, something like that. And this output is also used in the commercial and services and by the consumers, customers. So actually, we can view the energy system and material system like this, so that we understand to make efficient in the energy sector and production system and commercial and services system. Also, the another important target is to minimize the waste and loss and emission of the some of the negative products such as the pollution and greenhouse effect gas, something like that. So we have to consider some of the important points, not only efficiency, but also the some of the utilization of the unused materials and energy, something like that. And this concept is a very important basis and structure of database, including the measurement and the standardization. Okay, next, please. This just enlarge the supply chain. Okay, and actually, this understanding of the supply chain is an important basis of energy management system. And on the left-hand side, this shows the some of the manufacturing of the materials and the base products. On right-hand side, it shows the downstream industries to produce value-added products. So based on understanding, it is very useful to establish the energy management system based on the supply chain, specifically the production process basis. So we can overview all the material flow and energy flow based on this concept. And at the same time, energy management system will be established also in the downstream industries. So actually, it is very beneficial and useful to link the primary production process, energy management for the primary production process, and secondary production process, or other downstream energy management system, something like that. So this understanding will be applicable for companies with various types of the business. Next, please. Actually, based on the energy management system, in order to realize energy efficiency, as pointed out by the panelists and presenters, actually implementation is very important. So that's we are also recommending to utilize this kind of guidelines to promote energy efficiency and the energy management system based on the concept of the and the structure of the energy system and energy flow. And actually, this guideline consists of 8 main sub-guidelines, as you see, from the optimization of energy sources. Finally, number 7, optimization of energy system based on the total energy management system, including the computerized energy management system. So I think this is a good references for the actual practitioners to have a good viewpoint to identify issues and measures, also the solutions for improvements. In addition, also we have to consider some of the measures for the demand side management and demand response. These are also important together with the very practical energy efficiency activities. This will realize very drastic and great improvement in the total energy efficiency. So next, please. Okay, next, I'd like to mention about the way forward for the EMAK from the viewpoint of sustainability and globalization. Regarding the public sector, probably it is required to customize the policy and legal framework on energy conservation to meet and optimize the international policy and targets based on the countries and regional conditions. And also to establish the system to properly evaluate performance of policy and legal framework for energy conservation quantitatively and qualitatively from energy management viewpoints, probably based on the guideline and criteria for energy conservation. And as for the private sector, especially from the viewpoint of the supply chain, then it will be important to establish the energy management to meet, number one, international standard and guideline, and number two, national policy and standard, and number three, needs and conditions of the markets. And next, to establish the function of the specific energy management system with management of risk under the company's commitment and policy. And also to develop the systematized energy conservation promotion by the energy conservation guideline and the criteria in practice. Okay, next, please. So regarding the public-private cooperation, already through the EMAK, this EMAK aims at establish a networking among the policymakers, also the practitioners. So this cooperation will be based on the common programs and with common targets. So actually, EMAK could provide some of the possible future program also by sharing the various best practices. Maybe through the discussions and presentations, we probably can think of especially 4 items for the future program. Number one is to establish and share some of the demonstration program, such as a showcase energy management system based on ISO 50001, together with the best practices in energy management, also the demand side management and demand responses, which have also shown by presenters. And also secondly, to share the following, such as a successful and strategic energy management system based on the supply chain, which are globally developed. And second is the energy conservation best practices, of course, by using specific energy conservation guideline under the energy management system. This is actually good practices on the systematized approach. And third is to develop information system to share these showcases on energy management system and best practices. And finally, capacity building is very important, as emphasized by panelists and presenters, to actually make the next action and behavior change. Next, please. So that now we consider how to expand networks of policymakers and practitioners through the EMAK workshop conducted in the 10 countries so far, and also through the ASEAN scheme for energy cooperation, and also through the international cooperation program with Japan, based on the bilateral and multilateral cooperation, including Japan-ASEAN cooperation, and also through the other international programs related to the energy management. So that's we can discuss what will be possible and the potential program towards the EMAK 11 plan to be held in Malaysia probably next year. I think this is some of the important some of the conclusion for panel discussion, including the presentations. I hope that this summary and wrap up is an appropriate and also the understandable for all the panelists' presentation and also the participants. And I think this is all what I'd like to say in summary and wrap up. And thank you very much for your kind attention. This concludes my panel discussions today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And following the conclusion and the closing session, we are pleased to invite for closing remarks speaker's introduction. Mr. Norihiro Kimura, Deputy Director, MEDI, please.
Thank you for introduction. And so now, after 4 hours intensive discussion, we are now at the final stage of this workshop. And again, thank you so much for all the participants to this EMAK workshop. Even today, I learned a lot from all of the presentations and the comments from the participant. And so, yes, I think as my boss, Mr. Koyama, mentioned in the beginnings, maybe perhaps you might forgot because of a long workshop session. This EMAK workshop, EMAK itself is coming from G20 Energy Efficiency Leading Program and mandate. And Japan leading countries, we have held workshop for nine times. And this is 10th workshop, and which is held for the first time in outside G20 countries. And I think this workshop is very successful because we have shared our best practices in each countries. And as Mr. Yoshida mentioned, we have a common goal of at the international fora, carbon neutral and decarbonization. But I think each country have its own situation, different situation. So maybe each country will take a step-by-step approach in accordance with its own situations. So even in terms of energy management, yeah, to date we got many examples from on regulation and subsidies, incentives, and cooperation with international organizations and international joint project, demonstration project in countries. So I think we are together. We can cooperate. We can continue to cooperate through this EMAK and to promote energy efficiency and decarbonization in the world. So finally, thank you again to all the participants, and I'd like to applaud all of the participants who have gone through this EMAK workshop. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And next, Mr. Tim Kwok Woo, the Deputy Director of MOIT, please.
So, ladies and gentlemen, first, On behalf of MOIT Vietnam, I'd like to thank METI of Japan, ECCJ of Japan, for supporting and collaborating with us for successful organization of EMAK 10 in Hanoi today. And so the workshop today, we have gained lots of valuable lessons from experience through sharing of experience and policy about the different countries in ASEAN, and also sharing the lessons from successes in adopting technology solutions under investment project on EE in Vietnam and in Indonesia, and also sharing about the directions and policies for promoting PPP and also promoting the EE program going forward. And we know that the potential of Vietnam for EE and also in other countries remains huge. And the achievements we have gained so far, though recognizable, commendable, but through sharing of information, this workshop and presentation, we see that in Vietnam and also Asian countries, there remains much to be done in terms of developing and refining policy mechanism, incentives and support mechanism to energy users to achieve the goal of reducing energy intensity in ASEAN by 32% by 2025. And on our side, going forward, we will make a stronger efforts for improving the institutional framework. For example, revising or amending the law on EE and C, and also via promoting further the support and incentives, and also closely monitor the EE actions in the energy user. And we all like to mention that the cooperation between ASEAN and Japan and bilateral cooperation between Vietnam and Japan, and also under the multilateral framework with G20 countries, this will continue to be boosted going forward. And we are keen to receive the support and sharing valuable experience from the success in development and implementation of policies in advanced countries like Japan, so that we can adopt and to have successes in Vietnam in promoting EE. And finally, on behalf of MOIT, we'd like once again to extend our thanks to all of you for participating in the workshop today, contributing to the success of the workshop. And finally, we'd like to wish all of you good health and success. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have finished the whole program today. Thank you for participation and cooperation to our workshop EMAK 10. Have a nice evening. Thank you.